everyone, and welcome to Game 7 of the world title match between Roel Boomstra and Alexander Schwartzman. Today I will be commenting together with Jan Groenendijk. Hi Jan. How's your energy after yesterday?
My energy is, it has been better, but nonetheless, we're gonna make a nice day of it, and I hope the players will too.
Yeah, that's
and
also
of course,
How's
yes,
the
of course,
energy of the players?
yeah. So I think Schwartzman must be a bit tired after yesterday, or at least I know he is. But yes, for Rule, of course, yeah, the same holds. He must be tired after such an intensive day yesterday, and yes, we're gonna see if yeah, how today will go, because there's something to say for both players at this moment to treat this as a rest day, because yesterday they didn't have one. On the other hand, there's also something to say for Schwartzman to try to catch up with Rule immediately. But we'll see if he will drastically change his match strategy from this point, because he is 1-0 behind after all, and yeah, there's still a lot can happen, but being behind anyways is never very nice.
No, and this is always a question in a match: what to do when there was a decision for both players actually, because as you say for Schwartzman, yeah, the question is does he need to recover, or is he able to try to take revenge right away? But also the question is for Roel actually. I remember discussing this point with Ton Sijbrandts during your match against Roel, and then also the question was what to do when you have the victory. What will you do in the next game? Because your opponent feels the pain of yesterday, so maybe you have better chances to just try to win again. But on the other hand, yeah, it can also happen like what happened actually in your match, where you lost the first game, and then the second game was very exciting again, and you almost yeah, you could beat Roel there. So yeah, the question is also
Yeah.
for Roel what to do here.
Yeah. So yes, of course, Rule must be thinking, about his strategy. Must have been thinking about the strategy in this game particularly. And there's something to say for him to, kind of try and overrun Schwartzman from this point, because he's the younger one, he's the fitter one, and now that Schwartzman is 1-0 behind, he might be a bit, mentally crushed already, as well as physically. So yeah, I hope Rule will try to make some fireworks of this game, and I hope Schwartzman will allow him to do so. Yes, because in the end he's the one that is behind and has to well, to catch up. He doesn't really need to catch up, as we said yesterday. His end goal doesn't change by the victory of Rule yesterday, because he still has to win 3 games, and only Rule's end goal has changed. He only has to win 2. So yes, I'm interested to see if and how this will affect the strategies of both players. But yeah, I expect I expect the players, at least. I would think it's the most logical for them to treat this as some sort of rest day. But yes, of course, as a commentator and spectator, I hope to be proven wrong.
Yeah. But like, if this would it would go like that, then I wouldn't blame the players. I feel
No. This would be the most, as we said in the sixth game for Schwartzman, it would be the most logical moment to go for a win actively. And yeah, we can say right now that this would be the most logical moment for both players to take some rest, maybe.
And
Or
even
yeah,
if this will
as you
happen and
say.
the game won't be that interesting, then still I can say to our viewers, you still have to keep watching at least until somewhere between 12 and 12:30, because we will have a special guest today actually.
Hmm.
It will be very exciting because we already have the Dutch drafts champion. But today our special guest is the Dutch chess champion, Max Warmerdam. So that's also very nice. So today we can make some comparisons between chess and drafts, as we already did multiple times in our comments. But now we can even ask them to a chess expert. So that's also very nice. And maybe
Yes, also I was quickly thinking this morning what would be the success of the the chess streamers nowadays, because in fact it's almost well, the game is not the same, but um is there really a big difference between chess and draught streamers for people that don't really understand the game, like on a grandmaster level, um and or people that are new to the game. And for example, I myself, I watch chess streams all the time, and I find it very interesting. And I sometimes I cannot even understand the lines that they're giving. For example, this American player Hikaru Nakamura, I watch his streams a lot, where he kind of explains not too much about about why he's doing what he's doing, and I still find it interesting to watch. Just to see him make moves and to try to learn from that. And I was thinking, what would be the biggest difference between chess and draught streams? Maybe it has to do something with the fact that chess is very big in America, for example. And
yeah.
I guess yeah, a big part of the viewers of, for example, Nakamura, or even some normal chess.com streams come from America. um and yes, maybe that's at least a big difference between chess and draughts, because international draughts is almost not played at all in the United States, actually.
Yeah.
Or at least correct me if I'm wrong, but I only
No,
know
right.
a handful of players from the United States.
Well, maybe one of the other explanations is that people just don't know that much about drafts. For example, I see a question here in the chat. I thought that drafts was a solved game. How does that impact on the professional scene in drafts? So I think the main question here is, yeah, you have.
Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, so there's this a big difference between draughts on a chessboard and draughts on an international board.
Yeah.
And I think draughts on a chessboard they would call checkers, or Russian
Yeah.
draughts, maybe, or Brazilian even.
No,
There's
I
some
think checkers. Yeah.
multiple names for that. Well, of course, checkers has other rules as well. So you cannot take back, for example. You have to stop. Uh, I've there's this funny story about when I was with actually with Roel in Ufa in Russia. We had this tournament called the World Cup Final, where I finished second. Roel finished third, behind both behind Chichov. And And at one day we had to we had a spare day, so they invited us to go to schools and to play draughts against these school kids. But they what they didn't tell us is that we had to play the Russian draughts. So we actually so actually I was in this game with this young guy, and he was like maybe half my height, and this was back in 2017, so I was already, quite grown, and he was he was like maybe 8 years old, and we played, and they didn't even beforehand they didn't tell me the rules or anything. So yeah, I was just I was just casually playing, and I thought it was the international draughts on a smaller board,
Yeah.
as they call I think maybe Brazilian draughts they call that. But this was the the checkers. So this guy was playing checkers, and I was playing just normal draughts by its normal rules. And at one point I thought I had a combination, and this guy just in the difference between what, for example, one different rule is the majority rule. So you don't have to take the majority of the pieces you can take. Um, and I thought I had this majority rule combination, and this boy just looks at me and goes, hmm, and just takes another one, and I was like, excuse me, does this guy know the rules? And he and then they said, yeah, he knows the rules. He just takes your piece because you gave it away. And I was like, what the hell is this? And yeah, I lost that game, I think. So so that boy was crowned the champion of the school or something, just because he won. We won this game. It's actually a funny story. Um,
Yeah, but
but
I think even
yes, there are.
in international drafts, some people think that yeah, this game should be solved already because we're playing this for so many years, and you can only all the pieces are the same. You know, they can all do the same. While in chess, all the pieces are different. So some people think that in even in international drafts, the game just should be solved right by now. Well, actually, we often see already after move five or a bit later, there's a completely new position which we have never seen before, at least
Mhm.
in the database consisting about 600,000 games. So actually, it's completely the other way around.
Yeah, and it's just to quickly come back to my point. So the draughts on a chessboard is actually solved.
Yeah.
And you have this, I think, even this big book that just has all the, or at least, yeah, you could make a book out of it about all the possible variants
Yeah.
and lines that could be played from the opening position. And yeah, that's why it's of course less interesting, and that is why they now have these random openings. So for example, you take the opening or just the starting position, and then you switch one of black's pieces with one of white's, for example, one of the edge pieces, and then start from there. So that is something that they have come up with, to make sure people can learn the game, out of their heads, for example.
Oh,
So
and now we see the players starting already.
yeah,
And we
so
see no 33-29, which we
no
saw
33-29
yesterday.
anymore. So we'll see. Will Schwartzman play 1822? I guess he won't. He will play 1823 again. And we will see Rule go for. Will he play 33? Yeah, he plays 33-29. Yeah, so we had this opening in the. Yeah, what was it?
Let's see the
The fifth game, maybe?
Yeah, the fifth.
I think.
Yeah, 1621 again played. Okay, so now let's see what who has thought, because this was already the move played, and then actually our comments were that this is not the most interesting answer, but maybe for this game, yeah, it doesn't
Yeah,
mind.
so for now it proceeds in the same way. So 38, 33, 21, 26, 43, 38. And yeah, we have the exact same opening actually. And I expect now yeah, Schwartzman to play the same as well, because he got a pretty nice at some point he got a pretty nice position in that game. So, but yes, on the other hand, yeah, there was some other things to do for Rule as well, and I'm sure he has looked at this as well in the
Yeah, for
meantime.
sure. If he plays this, then he has thought about it before and found something better than he played before.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, so yeah, so that of course the difficult thing for us, if they keep on repeating openings, is what more can we what more can we say than what we already said. No, but so yeah, I expect both players to at least somewhat repeat the line that we saw earlier. So we see 46, 12, 18, 41, 37, or not yet. Yeah, no, we see it now. 7, 12, Schwartzman playing very quickly. 128 or 29 right now on his clock.
Yes, that's quite a lot.
Don't always have
players,
the luxury.
Play very quickly here.
Mhm. Yeah, so probably yeah, so how did it go the previous game? Let's think about that for a second. I think it was 36, 31, then 1, 7, 43, 10, 15, and then at some point 34, 30, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
1722 was played at some point here already. I will check it.
no, I think this just at 1823, 3127, and 1318. Yeah,
Yes,
this was
you're
the
right.
game.
Yeah, you're right.
And then 2822. Yeah, so this was slightly turned out to be slightly passive for white in the end. So I think Rule, of course, does not want to repeat this line. Yes, yeah. Even yeah, because he played 38 here, but maybe 39 was slightly more accurate. So this, for example, after the game, we showed this line, and now 37, 31. And yeah, I would say there's not much happening here. But it's slightly easier to play for black, for example. So yeah, you can just nicely build this position at any point, go into the attack. So yeah, Rule played it otherwise to keep the piece on 50. But yeah, that was also not great for white, even though he managed to get a slight advantage in the end even. But maybe we will see. I was wondering about this in the well, when we were doing the commentary about, for example, 40-34. I guess it's
At this moment here.
yeah, or maybe 39. Well, just to build this and then play 30-25, because white just wants to develop this yeah, the problem is after this, for example, 17-21, white can never play any of these moves anymore, or not never, but at least you will have to find a way to do it, because right now you have the atomic bomb shot actually at 14-20. We can see the is it I cannot see the back row of black's pieces.
No?
No.
Oh, you're right.
I was thinking.
There they are.
Suddenly.
There they
Oh yeah, now they're there. Yeah.
are.
But yeah, so the atomic bomb shot is something to be to look out for here. So yeah, that is why 30-25 is not a good move to start with. But yeah, white can, for example, play 40-34. Now after this, 44-40. And yeah, now on the next move, white wants to play 30-25. And after 20-25, white can, you know, sort of break the center by playing this, even though, yeah, but he's not in time for to really break the classical position, so to say. So, for example, after this, yeah, you would want to get these two moves in to prohibit black from playing on 18. But yeah, he can only play one of these two, and after yeah, any of these two moves, black can play 13-18. And yeah, it's just maybe even slightly nicer for black here.
What we see now in the game, Roel didn't play this 36-31 move.
He played this, yeah.
So after 1-7, he played
Now
this move.
34-30.
So maybe he found a difference, although he took some time before this move. So the question is this prepared,
Yeah.
and did he just took his time just to don't make it clear to Schwarzman that he prepared this move, or is this something he came up with by himself just now?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, and yeah, the move makes a lot of sense, of course. I'm yeah, just as I just showed, yeah, if white plays this and black plays 10-15, then white now is well actually not in time to break the classical structure. So this was the line that we just had. Now after this, black gets a slightly more easy classical position. So in that sense, it's smart to play 34-30 now, because after, yeah, if we get the same line, for example, this 40-34, yeah, now black is not in time to play these two moves at once. And yeah, after this one, white can break the structure like this and get a slight advantage. And well, because for example, after this, yeah, this is not what black wants to do, because now, yeah, or do I take the other one? I would say this one and going in between, but then maybe it's equal after the sacrifice, but white can of course take the other one and just casually keep on attacking 24 until it's not possible anymore. So for example, a line like this is all very logical: 3-9, 50-44, 10-15, maybe attack one more time, and then 33-29. And yes, white is just completely destroying black structure here, and yeah, it's already almost a piece for white, which is a lot. So
what's also interesting to tell about the current position, or at least this position. This position occurred 12 times before, according to the database. And actually on 11 occasions this move was played. And only in one game between Huskens and Kalpoe in Nijmegen 2019, the move 34-30 was played. And in all games between Grandmasters, this move was actually played. But on the other hand, this is the move Scan indicates. So maybe that's why Roel played this move.
Yeah.
Of course, or because of your explanation.
No, I guess it's because of Scan, to be honest. No, but yeah, it's for example, now that if black plays 14-20 now, white is in time for 44-40, and after this, white is in time to attack here. And yes, of course, the question is still, yeah, is it really that much? But I mean, it's certainly slightly easier for white, I would say, with the black structure. That is at this moment, the black structure is not so nice, but he will probably manage to build something out of it in a few moves. So white has to maybe take action immediately here. For example, by playing this, changing towards the center. Yeah, you could also, for example, change towards 30. Yeah, there's some options here. Maybe play 36, 31 now. But I guess there's just there it's not much yet, I would say. It's still very equal. But of course,
And of course, other
rules.
question for Schwartzman is to think if this is really a special new move or just another option here. So that's I think that's why he is taking his time now, just to check if there are any very special things about this move. Oh, and
Yeah.
looking to the chat, I see that it wasn't the case that only this was the move played. For example, Chichov played once this move, but still the case was that this move has only played once before.
Yeah, of course, it would make sense as well to play this move, because yeah, you're nice and centrally positioned, and you want to drive black away from the central squares. It's actually one of the first plans you learn as a starting draughts player. Is if black is on 24 and 23, and you have the center. Oh shit! And you have the center. Then you know, just attack this piece and wait until black takes towards the edge. So yeah, we could get a line like this, for example, 40-34, 5-10, just attacking again, 10-15. So for example, just to show if black, you know, keeps on defending this piece, for example, he plays this, maybe 12-18. Yeah, now white finally gets his goals, or yeah, gets his way, so to say. So it's clear that black can do yeah, as not much to do against 34-29, driving black away from the central squares. Yeah, even though in this case it's absolutely equal because black is just so cleanly positioned, has no pieces on the edge. For example, at some point, some games you would see this one on 26, this one on 60, and 12 on 21, and 30 on 36 on 27. And then it's much more yeah, it's of course much better for white to play such a plan. While in this case, yeah, for example, here black at any point can play 17-22, and he has no problem at all. So yeah, that is why we won't see this move, because it doesn't give any chances to white, I would say.
It even doesn't give any chances for white to play this move, or the entire line you showed.
No, I think this move just because the plan here is there's still a plan to play against 10 and 5 in the future. So for example, if we just play very stupidly, so this, yeah, so here it's clear that 10 and 5 will be, you know, left behind for the rest of the game. Or at least that is white's goal. And yes, if you play 34-29 and sort of yeah, deliberately develop these pieces, then at any point Black can play 1722, for example, and all his problems are gone. While in this case, after 3430, 1722 doesn't solve this problem. So that is the biggest difference, I would say.
And what do you think? Is this move prepared or not?
Well, I think Rule has maybe thought about it for a little while and maybe discussed it with his with Wouter and Rob, and then has come to the conclusion that he should try something else than what he did in the previous game.
Yeah, I think so too. This is a move which they prepared on forehand. How do you do this? Because who actually took some time before playing that move, and that's always the question when you prepare the line. So you're in book, so to say. Do you play your moves straight away, or do you take some time? How do you do this?
Well, if I'm in my preparation and I'm 100% sure about which move I'm going to play, I play it instantly myself, because well, for myself, I know that I'm going to need the time later on. So if I know I'm going to make a move for sure, I don't wait or try to maybe do some psychological stuff with waiting to. No, it's not my style. If I'm sure about a move, I just play it. And yes, I think Rule has the same, in that sense, the same thought process. He thinks, why waste time, I'm not sure if my opponent will be affected if I
Yeah.
wait by playing this move, but I am sure that I'm going to play this move. So what's the point?
Do you know some players who are famous for acting a little? Because of course there are some players who just start acting like they're really thinking, and then after the game you find out that they were still in book there.
I have a feeling that you're hinting towards someone, but
No,
I
no, not
cannot
really. Actually.
really.
No. I just
But no, well, of course, I've told this story about Georgiev, but he yeah, maybe he did look at that opening sometime, and just acted like he was thinking um, to maybe give me the feeling that he wasn't prepared at all. But I mean, other than that, no clear examples come to mind of people who actively waste their time to make their opponent think they're out of book.
yeah. Yeah, well, it's always a point with for me I think about it during the game. Should I slow down a little when I still am in my preparation? Just yeah, to let my opponent think I don't know much about it. But yeah, I think I also use your approach. Maybe also because it can also be psychologically nice to show your opponent that you are still in book, because that also adds some pressure for your opponent, of course.
Yes, and either way, it adds a lot more pressure to your opponent if you play fast than if you play slow. Um, that's always the case, I would say, and you can only maybe maybe you can only get away with wasting time at a certain point if you are sure that your opponent will waste time together with you. So, for example, this is a strategy that I do use myself sometimes. But it's only against opponents about who I'm sure that they will. If I start thinking, they will start thinking as well.
Yeah.
And in a time scramble, I think against most players, I'm on the better side. But especially against this player that I have in mind now. It's a well, I can just say his name. It's Ivan Trofimov,
Uh-huh.
and I have a very good score against him because if he, um, yeah, in a lot of games we both start thinking, and that's where I think I'm stronger than most players. Um, and of course, Ivan is quite a well strong player and of more than strong, a tricky player himself. Um, and he's very good at time scrambles as well. But yes, I think that is where I've beaten him a couple of times in these tricky situations where we both have 1 minute and a very complicated position.
Well, maybe this is also a nice question to ask to Max when he will join us, because I think in chess maybe it's more common to act a little and to slow down a little. In for example, in the previous match between the world title match between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen. Yeah, they prepared so many lines that always the question was from what moment does their book stop?
Mhm.
From what moment are they out of their books? And I think you could not always see it from the time they used, because
Yeah, no, and it
actually
could
it took
also
some time in the opening while they were still in book.
yes, and also of course it could be that they have just a couple of lines prepared and are just maybe thinking about which one to choose or something like that.
I think it's also
Um,
in chess. It's also because they have just so many lines that they have to be sure that they play the correct line, because they do so many preparation that they just need to time to remember their preparation.
mhm.
So they
Yeah,
still
that's
are in,
also.
but they just need time to think. Okay, am I in my book?
Mhm. Yeah, that's a good point, I think. Um, and yes, of course, especially in these lines that you make up yourself, which happens a lot in chess, I would say. You have these lines, that are maybe at some point you play a move which you have prepared, and um, and then there's maybe four right answers or four wrong answers for your opponent, and maybe two that are slightly right, and one that is very advantageous for your opponent. And at any point you have to think, okay, he plays this one. Was this the good one? What do I have to do now? And if you forget, you're of course, yeah, you're in big trouble, um, especially in these tricky lines that the computer comes up with. Because the computer may show that you have a big advantage, but if it's only a big advantage in one of the six moves that you're thinking about, and you forgot which one it is, then you're in trouble, of course.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Yeah, so it's
but
not
yeah, that
only
is
about
very natural.
maybe when you go into such a line, you're not only thinking about, okay, do I know the first move to play now, but do I also know the 20th move, the critical 20th move in the main line here.
Yes,
For
definitely.
that could be the case. And actually, well, maybe if we have to think if this worked out to play another move, at least for time usage, it worked out, because I think Schwartzman took maybe 15 minutes to play his move here.
Hmm. Yes,
And
and he has played 10-15.
yeah,
So yeah, I expect to see 40-34. Um, but maybe there's some other moves as well.
so
I
now the
don't know.
question
I
is again,
guess.
will Roel play his move quickly, or will he take his time?
Well, I think he will just play. Of course, he won't play 30-25, but he will play either 39 or 40. Yeah, he does play 39. And then yeah, maybe this gives black. No, I'm not sure. I was thinking maybe this gives black the chance to be slightly active here, and to build a strong, yeah, quite strong position himself. So for example, 7-11, 50-44, 11-17. You know, things like this come to mind. But on the other hand, yeah, maybe it's not so. Of course, black just wants to play this and 2-7 maybe, and at some point maybe even 4-10 and go into the attack. But yes, I guess here at the moment you play 4-10, white can also, you know, play 32-28 and not let you into the attack so easily. So for example, a line like this, 31-26 maybe. So yeah, now you immediately have this threat. So black has to break his formation anyway. And yeah, this just doesn't look very nice for black, I would say. Even though white can not make a lot of moves as well. So for example, after 30-25, you have, for example, the 22-27 is a good idea. Or yeah, you have also this big exchange. Do you? No, now you take this one. Excuse me. No, this one. Yeah, this is quite interesting. But yeah, white can, for example, play this, and after 2-7, after this, black has to exchange actually. But maybe that is fine for him. And yeah, so we might see a line like this in the end. 30-25, and now 12 times 23. And yeah, this looks actually quite okay for black now that I now that I think about it.
Just because black has these important squares and white is not on the center anywhere.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it's not so clear how black has to develop his pieces, because he cannot play 7-12. He can play
This combination.
13-18, and then 7-12. But then maybe, yeah, maybe white can introduce this threat of playing 27-22.
And then if
And
you
the problem
take
is,
18, then this combination.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, so for example, after, yeah, what move did we play?
Then.
Well, for example, yeah.
This is true.
So for example, after this, black would like to play 8-12. This may be the most natural way of introducing this, because yeah, this is ugly for black, of course, this structure. But you know, you always have to, if you have an ugly structure, you always have to look at the opposing structure. So if white would only have these three pieces and all these pieces would be there, of course it would be a lot better for white. But here, yes, it's not so clear if this is really economic for white, so to say. But yeah, in this case, it kind of is, because he has this combination, of course. But if white didn't have this combination, maybe it would have been even better for black. So it kind of works together. It kind of holds together here for white, and black has no real control over the center here. So maybe that is why computer indicates equality in this position.
Yeah, you mean because the piece on 5 and you cannot, the piece on 4 also cannot be developed because you cannot play like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Because
exactly.
you always have this combination, so those pieces are a bit the problem for black here.
Yeah, if black could play this, of course, there would be yes, he would have a very nice position, of course. The only weakness is the piece on 5, but you know, there's a lot of white pieces that are balancing this out, I think.
Yeah, you need all those pieces to keep this combination now. Well, those two pieces you cannot develop very easily. So
Ah, he does go for 22. Ah, we have this. He does do this.
Okay,
So that's
this
actually
line
quite interesting.
can happen actually.
Ah, so this is actually pretty interesting. Okay, I'm
Something completely new. That's good for us.
happily surprised by the fact that he goes for 1722 times 22.
So maybe he does want to go for revenge right away.
Well, maybe he does, yeah. Of course, 39-34 kind of invites this for black because white has to play two more moves to again obtain this formation, after which black has the time to kind of build a strong structure himself. But yeah, Schwartzman kind of feels that he is in no big danger here, unless I have to say, unless he planned to do 1823,
That could
which would
also
be a
be the
bit of
case.
a which would be a bit of a buzzkill,
Yeah, now
so to say.
there's a threat of a big exchange.
Yeah, let's hope we don't see this.
Oh yeah, that could also be the case. I
Well,
actually
because
asked Schwartzman before the game. Before the game he entered our studio, so to say,
Mhm.
and he was quite happy actually, right?
Yeah, I heard him say some things. He said, for example, he was joking
Yeah,
joking a lot about that I had to take his place today
yeah. And then so
because he
I
was
asked him
tired.
to make the game not that short today. Because yeah, as you said, we thought maybe yeah this could be reasonable to go for a rest day today and make a quick draw. So I already told him that we would have a special guest today, so he would should make the game at least last at least until 12:30, so that
Yeah, at
we
least
have our
slightly interesting.
guest. Yeah, so this will be a very tricky moment.
Yeah, but I guess 1823 is just yeah, just also very passive. And Schwartzman is the type of player to believe that he can just, play this, I would say.
Yeah.
And I've had a couple of games against him myself, of course, and where he played against this structure with this structure, and he very much likes this. Also with the piece on five, his game against Joao Atsu, for example, in the World Championship, it comes to mind, uh, where he had even, I think, even a piece on 10 as well.
Wasn't that the
Is
game
that
where he
correct?
had a losing position?
Yes, of course. I think, yeah, I think he even had a piece on. It was just some sort of half open system,
Yeah.
uh, if that's a word. I'm not really sure. Um, but yeah, he likes this, I think. So I think he must think that he can just play this. On the other hand,
I think so. Maybe just to show the exchange where we were talking about. You don't think he will go for this?
no, I assume he won't. But yes, of course, for rule, there's also plenty of things to do here other than the line we just showed. For example, you can play 34-29 here. Yeah, I mean, um, it also completely breaks all the tension.
Yeah, because
Yeah, we can.
this is the intention to play against this structure, of course,
Yes, yeah. So white maybe wants to play 36 and then 31-26 and yeah, now play against
and that binding of
this binding. Yeah, so um, of course, rule must consider yeah, continuing in this way, but yeah, on the other hand, he can just play this, and there's no advantage for anyone. We can see a line like this: black takes two, white takes towards the center, maybe 10 or 9-14 or 6-11. I'm not sure. And then 35-30. You know, um, yeah. For example, after this, there's this 2-for-2 exchange. After 1923, white plays 30-25. Yeah, so this is the kind of boring game we don't want to see here.
No.
Even though there's still something to say for playing on with black, you know. So this 13-19, now it cannot exchange backwards. So for example, after 44-40, 10-15, no, white is driven away from the center again. And black still has this central pyramid, or yeah, it's not the most central pyramid, but it's a central pyramid. And yeah, I think black is maybe slightly, yeah, it's maybe slightly more easy to play with black.
So now
But
we'll
okay.
see the first moment of truth, because Roel played 44-39, so the
Yeah.
question is,
Yeah, on the other hand,
or not.
if this is played, then yeah,
Maybe we should ask Max if he can join us earlier.
Yeah. No, but this is just yeah, white can just this is nothing for black at least. So
Yeah.
and white has a
Not
slight
very logical
advantage.
like this for black.
No, not if you know, if you maybe think about these other lines that we saw, they were much more interesting for black. And
Yeah.
of course, rule yeah, rule must he does not want to play a move like this, of course.
Yeah.
He wants to play against this binding as long as possible.
Yes.
But
Okay.
yeah,
So yeah, we have to wait now. But okay, we want to see a move like this, right?
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So
Or
now
even
we can also see if Schwartzman has recovered a little bit, because if he still feels bad, because we know him, he can just make jokes, but on the other hand, you don't know if he feels very good already, if he recovered. So yeah, if he just feels really bad, then maybe you can see this move actually.
yeah, and yeah, if we see it, yeah, I'm not even sure that we will see a quick draw, maybe, because you know, as Rule said yesterday, it's actually quite interesting to see him after the game, because Rule said yesterday that his strategy for the day was to, you know, have a slight advantage throughout all the games, and let Schwartzman defend slightly worse positions. And it turned out that this was actually a very good strategy for yesterday, because he almost won one of the rapid games. Even the first one, he had absolutely nothing from the start, and then at some point he even got a big advantage. And yes, one of the blitz games was very dubious from Schwartzman. You know, this classical position where he played 48-43 and just got completely stuck. But Rule forgot to win.
Yeah.
Or at least if it was possible in the first place, I'm not really sure. But so yeah, it was a strategy that worked very well for Rule yesterday, at least. And if we see 18-23 and this big exchange, I think he will play that on as well, and just let Schwartzman, you know, sit there and defend his slightly worse position for a bit, because white is the one that has the advantage in Tempe, I should say there. You know, the only black piece that is that has crossed the fourth row is the piece on 26, which is a bad piece. While white, you know, has his active piece on 30, 35. You know, at some point we can maybe join the attack on 24. And yeah, it's slightly more easy for white, I would say. Of course, nothing major, but yeah, after 18-23, black is sort of signaling that he wants to draw, and I think Rule will not yet accept it.
No. No, no, and it
Um,
makes sense because, well, as Schwarzman himself said multiple times already, Roel is the younger one. Yeah, it makes sense for him to play also on the energy of Schwarzman. If he makes it not a very short game today, then it will be difficult to recover because tomorrow they play again. The rest they
mhm.
will be they have to play 3 games before the next rest day. So
Yes, exactly. And the longer he thinks, the more I'm getting worried, actually.
yeah, that's also always a bit. If you're already thinking for a long time about a big exchange, then yeah, it's logical that this highlights the chances for being big this move. Yeah, yeah,
But okay, let's just assume we will see 7-11.
yeah. Now we can still take a look at interesting lines here. Yeah, are there any other options than 7-11?
Yeah, 1823, for example, but no,
I mean,
I
interesting lines.
no, but I guess Black just really wants to play these two moves, or maybe even this.
Yes,
Uh,
it's just logical to keep this all those pieces on its place. So then you should play on the other wing.
yeah, you want to build a nice, strong pyramid here.
Yeah,
So that's actually the way in which 22 and 24 can be strong together is if they are supported by a strong central structure, which yeah, which Black can just build immediately here. So I guess yeah, maybe we will see something like this, and this could be very interesting. Um, so let's see if we play. Uh, yeah, so Black at any point can exchange to 27 here, for example. Even after this one, you can do this immediately. Um, is that so? Yeah, okay, you can take this exchange, of course, and then it's okay for Black as well, because after this, yeah, he has to be slightly worried maybe, or does he? He can play 5-10. That's a nice move.
yeah. So now this 1 for 2 won't work.
Yeah,
Always tricky, and now you still
you
have
have
to
this
take on the
free.
next move. So this free move Black can use to go to the king here.
Yes, and after, for example, 42-37, Black can play 18-23, and then after that 13-18, and he has
Same trick.
the same idea, yes. So here 13-18, and after this he takes this one, and he has the same trick, yeah. So, and if White goes in between, Black just casually plays 21-26, and then yeah, it's clear that Black has a big advantage here, because of the attack on the left wing.
Yeah, no defending pieces there.
So yeah, this could be okay for Black actually. Uh, on the other hand, White could of course play something like this exchange, and then 2-7, and yeah, now the
Now
Black
both
structure,
positions don't look very balanced.
the Black structure is not so nice on his left wing, but and on his right wing he's quite weak. Um, but yeah, there's nothing major, of course. It's still quite equal here, I would say, because the White position is also very ugly. So yeah, maybe we'll see a line like this. let's hope we will.
On the other hand, if you play 1823, is it a possibility to avoid this exchange? So play this move?
Well, yes, of course. Yeah, the question, first question is, does it really avoid it? Because well, black can play 5-10. And then
yeah, you mean now you can still play this this move on the next
yeah, or this one even.
yeah.
So yeah, this is not or well, not too interesting for white, or not interesting at all actually, for both players. And still, it's slightly easier for white, I would say, after this exchange. For example, this, this, and that's of course the first question is, where does black take? But yeah, either way, it's slightly better for white. You can just maybe after this one you can exchange towards 29, just slowly build this position, and yeah, it feels nicer for white, but not a big advantage.
What's the idea in that position when you yeah have the choice between taking? I think most normal just club players maybe would just take to the center. Why is it for you normal to also take like this? What's the advantage of taking?
Well, of course, the first thing that you look at is taking towards the center always. But yeah, in this case, maybe maybe some kind of structure where white is going around the center, though he can maybe play 38, 33, then exchange this piece towards 30, bring 45 into the game. He does play 12, 17.
Yes. Okay.
He did play 12, 17. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, lucky us. We have to can stop looking at this line.
Yeah. Okay.
No, but yeah. So this piece on 23 can be a very nice piece to surround. For example, so yeah, just if we play just some silly lines. So this, yeah. Now that's not a great example of surrounding of piece on 23, but so let's play this. 35, maybe 7, 12, 40, 35. Yeah, how do I make this work? 9, 9, 14. Let's play it this way. So this is not good for white, of course, but it shows the idea of the surrounding. So
Yeah.
black tries to take the center, for example, 31, 27, 12, 17, 39, maybe something like this. And yeah, it's clear that this piece is kind of stuck, and that white has a nice structure to, sort of lying around it, like a big spoon, you could say. But
the surrounding the blocky of cookie.
yeah, block from cookie.
Yeah. Okay. That's clear. Very clear.
Yeah. So
it can be dangerous to go to 23. Although you learn the first thing you learn is to go to the center, but then later on you learn that this can also be dangerous.
Yeah, especially when it has not yet, or when the 23 has no friends yet, so to say. So
yeah.
Yeah, white black has to make a lot of moves to make his center strong, and when he does it, of course, in this case, it's quite okay. But there are cases where you take the 23 and then you get surrounded in a few moves, but yeah, in this case, it's fine to take the 24 or 23. And I think in either way, it's best for white to just exchange this piece towards 29 and then kind of develop his position naturally. And the same goes for 24. So for example, this, I'll exchange it to 29. Yeah. And the thing is, of course, if black wants to take some control back and change to 24 himself again, then the center becomes weaker and weaker. So that is the thing to look out for, of course. So yeah, but luckily we didn't see 1823.
No.
We saw 1217. I'm kind of surprised by this, but it's sort of an invitation to rule as well. You know, do you really want to make this exciting by playing something like this, or do you want
What's
to
the
play
difference
this
then
now?
between 1217 and 711? Because both moves look like you will just build the pyramid you showed.
Well, I think one of the differences is that 3731 doesn't allow an exchange now. So of course after 711, this is not so interesting for white, because black will take this 2 for 2, and now yeah, he's maybe it's not better for black, but it's slightly more comfortable, I would say. And yeah, 1217 kind of invites white also to play this, but white can of course play this and play the line that we saw earlier. Yeah, there's a lot of options for white. And we will see if Rule really wants to push this position, or if he wants to, you know, take it easy and play 34-29, which is also very possible. And
Yeah,
maybe
so
even
now we already
maybe
know that. Oh yeah.
sorry, yeah, maybe even 12-17 is signaling that after 24-29 he wants to play 17-21.
Okay, and then they take the exchange. Okay, so still it's the question whether they want to play or not.
But now, but yes, but of course, 1823 was possible, but yeah, 1217 now it's up to Rule. So
Yeah.
we know that Rule is, of course, if he sees a position that he might, yeah, that might be good for him, he plays it. Of course, very pragmatic in that sense. So yes, now it's up to Rule to decide whether he wants to exchange some pieces or allow an exchange, or yeah, play for the win in a more constructive way.
Yeah, and I think before yesterday, so when Roel didn't lead in this match, I think he would just play this move very quickly, and he would not consider this move because he just wants to play interesting lines. Do you think so as well?
Yeah, and of course, if you look at this for the first time, it looks a bit fishy for black as well. Well, because he of course he wants to build a structure, you know, that is strong, but the question is where does it go to next? You know, it cannot go to 28 until the piece until there's a piece on 10, and then the question is how do you fill up the square on 10? And when you do it by, for example, 410, can white play 32-28? There's a lot of questions to be asked here. And I think we will, well, I think he will play on and just see if it can become interesting. And I don't think maybe think it's not Rule style to play 34-29 here. Maybe wants to do something more constructive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think this line can already be also very dangerous for white, or can you just play this move and see?
No. It's I would say this binding is the fact that black has it. Yeah, it can only be life threatening for black, of course.
Yeah.
And the thing is if it's good, it can be positionally strong, and you know you can get a nice position out of it. But if it's bad, it's also really bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's always something to look out for when you place yourself on these squares. or yeah, at the same time. Yeah, if you always have to ask yourself the question, do I lose within a couple of moves? And if the answer is yes, you shouldn't do it probably.
Yeah. Okay, so of course this is what Schwartzman checked, but still, if Roel decides to just remain this binding, then yeah, it will be something which can become dangerous for Black. And maybe we already discussed yesterday just a little bit that it's interesting whether Schwartzman will change his strategy now. Now Roel has taken the lead. And I think for today we can conclude he did change a little. Right? Because in the previous games, so from the opening lines, he always went for a bit open systems.
Yes, you could say that. You could say that. On the other hand, you could say that this is still quite an open system, of course. But yes, at least that's somewhat interesting. You know, it's interesting to see how Roel will approach this and
I think now it's the first time that Roel has to think whether he wants to play something interesting or if he wants to go for the exchanges. And that's a question which has not been asked, I think, so far to Roel.
No, not too much.
Think
no.
if he wanted to allow some passive exchanges for Schwartzman.
Mm-hmm.
So this is kind of shifting thinking for Roel as well.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, I'm kind of, you know, this move 32-28 or 12-17 kind of invites this move 32-28 as well. I was quickly looking at this, but I guess because I'm not so sure what Black is going to play here. Well, of course, the main thing is that after, for example, 7-12, White can maybe play. We see some moves.
Did play a move. But what move?
Played 50-44. And then immediate 8-12. Yeah, so Roel's kind of postponing his decision.
Yeah,
I would say.
Yeah.
So 50-44. 50-44 is just a quick move to make. You know, you can nothing walks away here, so 34-29 can still be played. This can still be played. And now the only thing that changes is after 37-31, Black now has this exchange, having a slightly more easy position maybe. I'm not even sure about that, to be honest. But
this is something what happens to me in games when I don't know what to play or what decision to make, whether I want to continue an interesting position or I want to exchange, and then I think, okay, I just make a move and then I think in the time of my opponent. But it's not very nice when your opponent then plays just in 1 second and you're still in the same situation basically.
Yeah, that's normally what Roel does very well.
Yeah.
You know, just playing this move instantly, and then you're the one that is thinking again.
So yeah, as not much has changed yet. What do you think? Is this already maybe a good moment to ask Max to join us?
Yeah, it might be the right time.
Yeah. Okay, then we'll be out just for a few moments to change some things, and then we'll be back here together with Dutch chess champion Max Warmerdam.
Yes, to see what he thinks about this position.
Yeah, it's not, that would be nice to ask him. So we are back here and now together with Dutch chess champion Max Warmerdam. Max, welcome.
Hi.
Very nice to have you here. So now we have the Dutch drafts champion and the Dutch chess champion. I don't know if that has happened before in a live stream. Yeah, that's very nice for sure. And it's also very nice that you're here because you are going to Tata Steel Chess already today, right?
Yeah, basically right after I leave you guys, I will be going to Wijk aan Zee to hopefully play chess there. And it's the COVID situation always interesting, of course, but hopefully everything will be alright.
Yeah, and this year you will be there as a player because I think last year you were there as the second of Jordan van Foreest. Is it correct?
Yeah, so last year they only held the Masters group, so I couldn't play, and then Jordan asked me to help him out, and yeah, it led to great success.
Yeah, that worked out quite well because he actually won the tournament.
Yeah, as a huge underdog, so that was nice.
Was that a surprise for you actually that he won the tournament?
It was a surprise to everybody, I guess. Up until the last day, he wasn't really thinking about even, and then because Anish Giri was taking the lead, but then Anish didn't take his chances, and then Jordan took his own.
Oh yeah, there was this barrage game. This tiebreak game, yeah.
And before that, Jordan had to still catch up with him, so it was really a close call.
Yeah.
And can you tell us a little bit more about your work as a second? What do you do as a second?
Yeah, usually it's mostly opening work. So I've worked with Jordan for the tournament, but apart from that, I also worked with Anish Giri, the best Dutch player, and also top 5 player of the world. And I joined him to the candidates tournament in Russia this year or previous year. And the winner of that would qualify to our World Championship match. But Anish finished third, I think, so he didn't qualify in the end, but he was very close. And it's mostly opening work, so it's working out the details just very deep with the best engines that we can get our hands on. And if you join to the tournament as well, it's also a bit about being a coach and not just opening work, but also making sure the player's in good shape and good spirits.
Okay, well that's interesting because we have been talking about the differences between drafts and chess already sometimes in this stream, but without the chess player, so we couldn't check our thoughts. And we thought that opening preparation is a difference between drafts and chess because we think that in drafts we don't prepare our opening lines that deep. Compared to chess. So yeah, can you tell a little bit more about how deep you prepare and how you do this preparation?
Yeah, usually I would say that on the board they get around 10 to 15 moves of preparation, but before and it goes much deeper. Sometimes it can go up to move 40, let's say. And normally on move 40 you already reach the time control, so you get like half an hour extra, but that really very rarely happens. So usually it's one of the players gets out of book because the other opponent surprises them, and then they're not able to keep on playing the best move, and that makes the other player also be out of book.
And in drafts, it's quite easy actually to just play a new move on say move 5 or move 10, and then you just get a position which has never occurred before, and even on very high level you can do this quite easily without big problems. Is this not possible in chess?
Yeah, no, that's what happens basically, but usually it's already the player who's still in book, let's say, who plays a new move, and then that player also knows what the computer is suggesting, but the opponent has no clue basically and has to figure it out on their by themselves, and that can lead to the opponent also just being out of book. So both players usually after a new idea don't really know what's happening, but the one who played the new idea probably knows a bit more than the other one.
And
but it's very easy to just have new ideas everywhere because chess is really quite endless with ton of possibilities with all the different pieces. That's a bit different than draughts, I guess. I guess there should be much more possibilities with chess, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, we also talked about this because actually this morning we got a question whether drafts wasn't already solved, so to say.
Mhm.
So yeah, because people think that you don't have that many possibilities, but that's actually not the case. Also in drafts, yeah, you get new positions very easily, and we found out new things all the time as well. But maybe there's a difference because there are more possibilities in a specific position. I think in between comparing between drafts and chess. So I think in drafts it's more easy to get a bit of a forced line and to calculate deep lines. Well, when I checked some chess books. Yeah, it kind of struck me that the variations the lines showed, aren't that deep. So
Yeah, it's also a bit of an intuitive game in that sense, I guess. You kind of feel whether a position is better or not for someone, and that's much more different. In chess, we're also much farther away from ever solving the game, let's say. We right now have a 7-piece table base, so if you reach a position with 7 pieces, we know for sure what the result can be. But yeah, there are 32 pieces in total, so we're really not close at all to solving it.
yes, in drafts it's eight pieces. So yeah, it's
A bit
quite-
closer then, but
It's similar.
yeah,
And
so far
and
away.
I have a small question. So so you do a lot of opening preparation, and of course with the best engines you can get your hands on. You said so. Yeah, but what happens in the game, as you said, more often than not, is that one player is out of book when the other player surprises them, and then this player that surprised the other is also out of book. So how much value do you give to, say, the practical side of a certain line? So, for example, if the engine says, you know, something is a bad move, because you know there might be one response that is very good for the other color, but there are five, you know, some are five lines that are good for you. Yeah, would you recommend this to play this, or
Yeah, I guess you have to see per position, because what they say also is that if a top player has an only move to find, they'll find them. But if you give them a lot of options, that's when they will go wrong. So sometimes what I did, for example, with Jordan in the previous year was that we had positions that were fresh. We played some early on non-standard moves, let's say, and that gave the opponent quite a lot of moves that were kind of fine, but we worked all options out pretty far and made sure the positions were dangerous, that the opponent could make mistakes. And in that way, we kind of succeeded, let's say. But often, for example, with Anish Giri, he plays more standard openings and usually doesn't risk so much with the openings, but also that makes sure that the opponent also doesn't risk that much, I would say. So it's about the approach as well. Jordan's approach led to his success, and it's, I guess, a approach you should take as an underdog if you want such a big success to happen. It can also fail miserably, of course, but it can lead to such a success.
And you just said that
definitely.
opening preparation is not the only thing you do as a second. So what else can you do for well, Jordan in that case, but you also was second of Anish Giri, right?
Yeah, it's also a lot about training games, I guess. So in certain lines that you expect to have on the board, you play training games, either, for example, Anish against me or Anish against the computer. So I'll have him play against the computer, and maybe even from the opponent's side. So he will take opponent's side, and I'll play from our side with the computer, and I will show how I'll mess him up, let's say. To let him have the feel of how it is to be the opponent and have him make human moves, because that's very important. You cannot just focus on what the computer gives, but also have to focus on what your opponent would likely play instead.
Mhm. Yeah, so that is something that we actually don't very often do in draughts, I would say. You know, play with the side of your opponent yourself, and then let the computer play against you. So that might be something
Yeah, that's interesting.
something
That's a new idea for us.
yeah,
It's
definitely,
good to
definitely.
talk with you because we can now learn some new approaches.
Yeah, anyway, they are similar sports, of course. They're both board games and similar boards. So I guess some things could be learned from each other, let's say.
Mhm.
And you just said you played drafts a little bit yourself as well, right?
Yeah, just a little bit. I like to play it with friends a little bit over the board, but also online a bit, because we're quite bad, of course, at draughts because we play so little, but we can kind of see when the opponent blunders, so we are able to think a few moves ahead, and especially in hindsight, we can easily see what the mistakes were, and yeah, it just helps a lot with that, of course.
And you play on lead drafts, right?
I have, yeah. I have solved some puzzles there. Also played some games. I'm not sure what my rating is, but probably quite low.
And do you want
And yeah.
to tell your nickname there so people can
I yeah. To be honest, I don't know. Very, it's probably Xamax 2000. It's also my chess username, but I haven't played there in the past year, so I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. Yeah,
And
because yeah.
sorry.
Oh, yeah.
No, I was wondering. Yeah, so we've mentioned the differences and similarities between chess and draughts here, but what do you think is the big success of chess compared to draughts for the
Uh,
bigger public, so to say?
yeah, tough question. I guess it attracts that it has more different pieces.
Mhm.
And you can make maybe perhaps more beautiful boards out of it. So I've like at home some Indian chessboard with like elephants and stuff on that instead of the usual bishop. So maybe that
Yeah.
attracts, but also I guess that it's more endless, more possibilities. But it's hard to say um, what has made chess more popular, I guess.
Mhm. Yeah, so
Maybe
I was
it was
thinking about this.
because I don't think chess is older than draughts, right? I'm not sure exactly which game is
There has
older.
been some debate about it, I think. It could be, I think, but it was a drafts player who said this. I think the drafts player said that drafts was older, but maybe some chess players found out that chess is older. So yeah, I'm not sure. And do you think because actually, well, you're quite young. You're 21, right?
21, yes.
Yes, and well, of course, the current world champion also isn't that old, Magnus Carlsen, and his challenger Nepomniachtchi also not. And well, we have Anish Giri. So is it correct that actually there's a quite young, successful generation at the moment in chess?
Yeah, and it seems like there's a new one coming because the world number two right now is only 18 years old. And yeah, it's an interesting topic because Magnus recently had his own world championship match, and afterwards he kind of said that he would only play more matches if it would be against a new generation. So he has kind of defended his title 5 times, or one in one of those, and it was against the current generation and the older one. And he said it's not really such a big challenge anymore, although the games are and the matches are quite tense. But he basically wants the new generation to challenge him.
And do you think this is something because we see here that we have Roel, who is 28 years of age, and then we have Alexander Schwartzman, who's 54 years of age. So this is a clash of generations. Do you think in chess it won't be like that? From now on, you will only have young players at the top?
Likely, but it depends a bit on when they quit as well. Like Magnus, he could easily be still a top player when he's 50, but he's kind of yeah, shown already or let it known that he'll probably not be playing competitively anymore if he doesn't feel like he can still be at his best. but we do still have Anand, who is an Indian former world champion, and he's still in the top 10 basically while being 50 plus age. So it is possible.
Yeah, that's something pretty cool about our sports, that you can just continue playing even at a very, very high level. That's something which you don't see very often in other sports.
Yeah, in chess, probably in draughts as well, that in the past, the top basically used to be kind of 40, 50-year-olds.
And I have a, oh, sorry.
Jan, you
go on. Okay, now I have a maybe a personal question. Who is your favorite chess player?
Magnus, clearly, because he is simply kind of the world champion I grew up with. But apart from that, he's also just the player who always goes for it, always goes for the win, kind of. And yeah, I admire that in him, because we do sometimes have a bit of a draw problem, but it's not so big. But he's really the one going for it.
Yes. Okay.
What's your favorite chess player, Jan?
Well, Chucky, of course.
Of course, yes.
You played him, right, in Hoogveen?
Yes, I played, but I played draughts against him only. Yeah.
Oh, Ivan Chuky, we're talking about for non.
Yeah, there's in the chess world. There's this famous clip of him having just won the World Rapid Championship, and then playing his draughts game while during the prize giving.
Yes, that's very funny.
That's funny.
Everyone should look it up on YouTube.
Yeah.
And Max, you just became Dutch champion. So what are your goals as a player?
Yeah, hard to say. Not really a professional player. I also study at the university here, but yeah, I would like to become Dutch champion more often, I guess. It was kind of a lifetime goal for me to become it at least once, but I set that goal a year ago when I became a grandmaster, and I didn't expect it to achieve it now. So basically, I achieved my goals this year already, and haven't really set new goals yet, but I just try to become as good as I can become.
Okay, but it's not even
oh, sorry. Go on.
It's not already sure that you will be a professional chess player, or at least for yourself.
No, it's kind of a question. Anish also likes to call me an amateur because I simply am studying. So it's like I would like to become a chess player, but it's not always so easy with the competition that's out there, and yeah, just because of salary and stuff, it's also not entirely clear what's going to happen in the future. So I'll just have
is that
have
even
a look.
the case for chess players? I thought chess players were quite okay.
Well, yeah, if you're top 10, you're very, very well off, but not where I'm yet. It's not I can live from it right now, definitely, but in the future, I'm not sure yet. We will need to reach a higher level for that, I think.
Oh, it's actually good to hear that Anish would call all Dutch draughts players amateurs. Even Roel is playing right now. The amateur he is.
Roel isn't studying.
No, but
well,
he just
2 years ago, maybe 1 year ago, he was still studying.
Yeah, but so you don't really have the aspiration maybe to become world champion ever, or just not yet?
Yeah. Well, in chess, the thing is that the people who are becoming world champions, they basically became a grandmaster at the age of 13, maybe even 12 sometimes. Like Magnus is becoming a grandmaster at 13, and maybe I can reach the world top. It's going to be very tough though, but I don't think in chess it's that easy if you're not starting so early as they did. And I only became a grandmaster last year when I was 20.
Okay, yeah, okay, wow.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you never know, but yeah, I'll just see and try my best.
Yeah. Well, Max, do you think we missed any interesting topics so far? because of course we will have to take a look at the time, because you have to leave to attend still the tournament, and yeah, we don't want to take you too long.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess we covered quite a bit of it.
What do you study, by the way?
I study economics in Tilburg.
Ah, okay. It's close to where I study.
Okay.
Nijmegen.
Yeah, in chess it's not so common actually for top players to go to university or something.
Oh,
I think usually they finish kind of high school and then they just become professional chess players, especially when they're in the top early on.
Yeah,
okay.
so maybe it's even you know, if you just said if you're a top 10 chess player, you're very well off, you know,
Yeah.
maybe financially, but also yeah, you can just live from your sport and what you like to do, of course. But are there a lot of stories of people that are that maybe wanted to become a top chess player, you know, quit school to become a top grandmaster and didn't succeed? Are there a lot of examples of that?
Sorry, what do you mean exactly?
Well, so you of course you mentioned the top 10 players, they all are professionals, and even, you know, maybe not even the top 10, maybe top 20. But are there a lot of examples of people who maybe quit their you know, their schoolwork
And
to
didn't make it.
become a top chess player and didn't make it?
Well, usually they're kind of grandmaster already if they stop their school, and then
Yeah, okay.
usually you're quite fine in terms of salaries, at least in chess world, I would say. So, okay, maybe they didn't make the World Cup, but not sure exactly. I know, for example, the second youngest grandmaster ever at some point was Nagy, an Indian grandmaster, but he at a very young age just quit chess at all. Like he was very, very promising, but he just completely quit all of a sudden. But not too many stories of people trying to make it and not really making it, because they just spend loads of hours in it and then they become good.
Okay, well, thanks a lot, Max. Thanks for all your explanation, and it was very nice to have some of our questions being answered now about chess and the differences.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I guess a bit different than the usual Drots commentary.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we mostly talk about the game and not in depth about the differences between sports.
Jan can just talk about everything, so.
Well, I'll let you guys get back to the game and what's happened in the meantime.
Yes, yes, and good luck in the tournament.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, good luck.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Okay, and I should just quickly make the analysis board back, because indeed we saw some new moves and yeah, some exchanges, but
not the most uninteresting ones, to be fair. Maybe it would have been nice to ask Max what he thought of this position.
Yes, that was a mistake.
You can have some insight to how he thinks, you know, strategically.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's something for next time then.
But yes, we saw 34-29. Yeah, we saw 34-29 here. So we didn't really, you know, we mentioned earlier that after 12-17, it's maybe signaling that Black wants to go for this well, big exchange after 34-29.
Yeah.
But Rule waited some moves, 8-12, 36-31, 6-11. And now he could have gone, for example, for this exchange 31-26, 11-16, 26-21. After which I think we would see Schwartzman go for the capture with 16 and 33-29, and now it's a bit of a unorthodox position, I would say. No, white has this structure on the edge of the board, which could be active at some point, but black at this moment controls the center, I would say. On the other hand, black misses the piece on 3 because it just got removed. Yeah, this would have been an interesting positional battle, I would say. And yeah, maybe something, or at least some chances for white as well. But instead, we saw Rule go for 34-29, allowing Schwartzman to take a nice exchange towards the square 36. And this is precisely what we saw. So of course, if black tries to do 22-28 now, it doesn't work because white takes in this way, black has to take 2, and white takes 2 this way, takes. So yeah, so that is why black plays 17-21 now, 40 times 29, and now removes the piece on 32 to make this capture to 36. And yes, now Rule played 21-16, and this is sort of it's sort of a new starting position, so to say. So yeah, both players will have to figure out a way to build their position nicely. And yeah, you have this black piece on 36 against this white piece on 16, and both are on the edge and kind of blocking their opponent's development, so to say. So in that sense, yeah, it's quite an interesting position that we have on the board right now. And we see Schwartzman has played 15-20.
Yes.
And now 38-33. So perhaps at some point he wants to go for this sort of half. How do you say it?
Half semi
4 o'clock. Yeah, I said it yesterday. Semi 4 o'clock. So maybe at some point he wants to go for that, but I can imagine that he just wants to make a few moves to kind of build his position first until he decides to do something like this. And
yes, and one thing I know with this high active edge piece, as we call it, is that the positions will always remain interesting even until end games. And
yes, of course, end games are much different now.
So actually, we thought maybe at the start of today that we wouldn't get an interesting game, but this will remain interesting for quite a long time, I think. Don't you think?
Yes, perhaps.
Do you see some problems for interesting game?
Well, of course, if Rule plays this on the next move, then he's not going to lose. So that's for sure.
Yeah.
On the other hand, it's passive, and he has to defend, and he doesn't want to defend, of course. And I think Rule maybe has a feeling that he has a slight edge here. But it's these positions are always tricky for white as well, because for example, if we just play some moves, if white just develops the piece on 45 quickly, 10-15, and now 19-24, for example, and you can already kind of see that this piece on 36 really limits white's movement, so to say. So yes, normally if these two pieces weren't there, white has all the space on the other side of the board to keep this as it is. And now white is sort of forced into the center, which is exactly where he doesn't want to go if this is if this is there, this half 4 o'clock. So this could be an interesting way to play for black, of course. And is something to remember at this semi 4 o'clock is always much stronger when there's a piece on 36, I would say. Can
Is
also
it
be,
because 24 is very important in this system? When you have a piece on 36, then some general rule is that the square 24 is very important.
well, yes, of course, the square 24 is important in this case because it's sort of part of the lock that black is holding.
Yeah, but I mean,
And
in general, it's in systems when playing with 23.
yeah,
Then
yeah.
over 24
Uh,
is something important.
yeah, 36, I would say the most important central square if you have a piece on 36 is 24, yes, indeed.
Yes, and
Because
maybe
white,
it's because in almost each system, when there's something interesting on one side of the board, so here the piece on 36 limits the possibilities on the left wing, then it's about control over the other wing, and yeah, the piece on 24 is very important place on that wing.
mhm, yes. And of course, in general, um, yeah, the piece on 24 is it's well, so to say, the piece on 23, if you have this piece here, it's much easier to sort of exchange this piece in a nice way. So you can, for example, exchange it toward 30. You can maybe exchange it towards 27 at some point, and gives much more opportunities for white if you have a piece on 23 together with 36. And I would say that the piece on 24 is more important because it cannot be nicely attacked or maybe it's far too general what I'm saying now.
No, no.
But
It's interesting. Oh,
I
yeah.
always very much like the piece on 24. And
Yeah.
especially the combination of 36 and the semaphore clock. Yeah, it gives some nice possibilities for black as well. For example,
Yeah.
there are a
No,
lot of yeah, a lot of examples where, for example, white tries to sort of infiltrate black on 23, and okay, so for like, let's just play a line where I can maybe show this, not the infiltration on 23, but something else. So for example, this 4-9. Yes, and because of this piece on 36, ideas like this suddenly get much more interesting. Now it's also interesting because because there's a king shot after this, but normally, yeah, you would have something like this, or even it's better if I play 42-38 for the sake of this example. So yeah, this 4-9. Yeah, so something, some variant like this, where in this case it's clear to see that black really has a big advantage because of this piece on 36, and there are
Yeah.
a lot of ideas that are suddenly there when black closes this because of this piece on 36.
Yes.
So that is of course yeah, something to keep in mind. And something that I fall for myself quite often because I like I like to play against this piece on 36, and also I like to play against a semaphore clock. But then sometimes I forget that the combination of these two can be quite dangerous.
Yes.
And
because
I fell for this trick a few times myself.
because yeah, I just wanted to say that I know some specialists in this this system with this piece, and yeah, you are one of them. But I think also Alexander Boyakin is very known for liking this playing against this or playing systems including this piece, and Schwartzman as well, right?
Yeah, Schwartzman likes this as well. Yeah, I would
And do
say.
you know what it is for? I'm not. Roel isn't a name which pops up with me immediately when I think about this system. Am I correct
No,
or?
no, it doesn't pop up to me as well. But of course yeah, I mean, he quite likes anything that is interesting.
Yeah.
I would say. So, and the position we have on the board, if we see, for example, 1924 now, yes, it could turn out to be the system that we just had on the board. And actually, I played a nice game myself once against on the good side of the 4 o'clock against Alexei Domchev, name that we've mentioned before, in Herugowaard 2015, where I think it was almost exactly this system. So he was trying to, you know, bring pieces towards the center. He was actually quite strong in the center. But I managed, you know, with the help of this semi 4 o'clock, I managed to at some point, you know, develop the piece on, or yeah, get a piece on 19, completely surround his position. And it's actually one of the nicest games that I've ever played. I feel.
Okay, so people
So
should look it up then.
yeah, it's a really, you know, maybe it's weird to say this myself, but it's actually a very nice game. And yeah, somehow it surprised me how well this worked together with the piece on 36. So yeah, that's something, some of my personal experience with with this system.
Well, I
Do you
think
think that
if people,
Schwarzman has not played this somehow?
no, he played 3-8 actually.
3-8, yeah. I'm kind of surprised. I mean, if he wants something, I think 1924 is definitely. Maybe he was afraid of 29-23. Yeah, that could be the case, honestly. Yeah, this is.
Because now you have to answer.
Yeah, I thought maybe Black has something after, for example, 9-14, 48-42, and then 3-8. But I guess White isn't time to play this. And I thought now 10-15 was a move, but then White has this small tricky idea.
Yeah, so if you take like this, then just this move, and if you take like this, then the combination to 10.
Yes, exactly. So I guess this is why yeah, just in general, if you cannot play 10-15 in this structure, yeah, you're kind of doomed. It's not nice. So you would have to play 13-18 here, and then White would just wait one move, and then we have this sort of symmetrical position. Maybe it can even turn out to be completely symmetrical. But yeah, so I guess that's not what Schwarzman wants. He wants to keep the position on the board and maybe prepare this, because now, of course, the idea is that after this, Black cannot play this, which would be a good move if White can do nothing against this threat. But now White is 23-19 and he takes one way or the other. So yes, maybe 3-8 is some sort of preparation for that. So now if White you know, plays a move somewhere in the back lines, yeah, you can have this line, and now it's much more tricky for White, because after this he loses a piece. I think maybe doesn't lose a piece definitely, but it's certainly tricky.
Yeah.
And after this, his attack gets sort of isolated, I would say, which is still maybe okay, but it looks a bit dangerous. Because here he has to worry about all sorts of attacks, while he cannot really connect his position towards this attack. So, for example, after 45-40, 9-14, yeah, he wants to play something like this, but yeah, now it's not possible because of this, because of all these combinations.
Yeah.
So I
and
think maybe 3-8 is a preparation for 1924. I would
and
say.
oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, and it yeah. So go on.
in the current position, I want to ask, you can maybe make use of some nice combination tricks. Because if you want to play this move, but you play this move, there's a nice threat there.
There is actually.
This combination.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so for example, if black plays the not really illogical move 10-15,
Yes.
then you would have this idea that as I
Yeah.
mentioned, yes. So this and 38, 32, take 3, and then take 4 to king. And yeah, this is completely winning for white. So black would have to do something else here, and yeah, I don't think he would want to play this because of 29, 23. And now, yeah, you see that the difference between the position that we just had and this position is that the piece on 35 has now developed itself. So this is suddenly much nicer for white because he never has to worry about any threats. And he only has to make sure that he can defend this piece when necessary. But it looks like he can easily do that. For example, these two moves, and it's not so clear, yeah, what kind of plan black has to put against this. So yeah, I would say 2025 is the most logical. Then white has to play 29, 24, and then 19, 23, and then this can be interesting. Still, can be very interesting.
Because now white is on 24, but I don't know if white will remain there.
Yeah, so the question is, will white try to make this stronger, or will he at some point, look for the square 15?
Yeah, or maybe
I
black
guess.
can exchange here, or don't you think that's a move black wants to play?
Well, I wouldn't do it, I think, but I would
Because then if you think
rather keep the piece on 24 there, and maybe try to go into the attack myself at some point, because the black structure is actually quite nice as it is. So yes, I wouldn't think about exchanging this piece per se. So yeah, but 35-30 is certainly a move that is logical here. And maybe rule does like this position for white, and then we will maybe even see 35-30. And maybe rule is not worried about this semi forklock that is about to come in place. Just these two moves, and then we'll see some interesting lines also for black, certainly.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, he can also play this, and don't think white is in too much danger there.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's still something to play for there for black, of course. He could play this, and then 11, 17, 12, 18, 18, 23. And yeah, it could still be. I know, no.
This this opens up the position a lot.
Yeah, it's quite flat here.
Yeah. Okay, but still, we know always when having this piece, the game remains interesting until the end. At least that's what I learned. So, and it's helpful.
Yeah. So this is maybe a deciding moment for the game. So will rule go for something like this and make it more easy, or does he believe that after this he cannot be worse, and play for an attack there?
Yeah.
And of course we hope that he does the latter, but
well, so far they kind of did. Okay, at some moment who went for the exchange with 34-29. But still, then the continuation was interesting. While they had some opportunities to make it quite less interesting. So far we can be quite happy, I think, with the game of
yeah, for sure. And I think he did play 29-24.
Yes. Yeah, he did. Okay, well that's
So,
also good for us because then we can take a lunch break soon.
oh
And
yeah, yeah. Been
wait
looking forward to
until
that, to be honest.
until it's get interesting again. Maybe one question before the lunch break, because I see this question is because I think because we asked Max Warmerdam about the younger generation in chess, and one of our viewers asks us now if we expect the younger generation in drafts will quickly be at the top level. So I think, yeah, I don't know
Um,
what the younger generation is called here.
yeah, am I still the younger generation? Is that
I think we can assume not because well I think if you have been vice world champion then I don't know what is called the top level, but
well, I'm not playing this match, so
that's right. That's right.
am I top level? No,
Yeah, so I think we can
um,
say we already have a quite young top uh, top players. But maybe it's
yes,
also,
definitely.
yeah, for maybe the young players, can I say so? The young top players are all Dutch. Is it right?
Well, not of course there are. Let's see. Well, from the generation of rule, there are certainly
Yeah, of course
some
you have
players that are
Shadakov, for
still,
example.
yes, Shaibakov, Gulyayev. Also, I have to
Pan.
say one of Pan, yeah, from my generation, for example, Marcel Sharafudinov did very well in the last World Cup tournament,
Yeah.
which was nice to see. But yes, I guess the if you look at the, for example, the rating standings, I guess that the most young top players are Dutch. You have, for example, Roel, Martijn. Well, Yitz's rating is not too high, but I guess he can be considered one of the top players in the world right now.
Yeah.
And yes, and myself, of course, but and Wouter Alexander is not too young anymore, but but yes, the I guess, and there's of course a new generation coming very quickly. You know, behind us. So you have Simon, Matteo, Emre, Machiel. No, all these guys, they're slowly but surely making their way to the top level and out of the youth category, so to say. And yes, it's very nice to see. But I think maybe, you know, in what happened in chess, so for example, you know, you have all these prodigies that are 13 years old, and suddenly become a grandmaster. You know, in draughts it's almost impossible to become a grandmaster at age 13, I would say. It just cannot be done.
But why not then?
Well, of course, I don't know. I don't know. I would say maybe um,
I think in
yeah,
the
I wanted
Netherlands
to.
it's not, maybe it's not possible because of our system. Maybe we just in chess they start training a lot already when they are quite young. While we have our system is just with clubs, and you have for the young players you have just 1 day a week where you have the training, and all the other stuff you do on a young age you just have to do it yourselves.
Yes,
Maybe
okay,
it's
but there are examples of people who do it themselves and then come
uh,
back to the training with a finished book, you know. So
yeah, this is a famous story about you. That the first week they gave you quite a big book, and normal young draughts players take about 1 year to finish it, and then you came back the next week and you just finished the entire book. So yeah, it is possible.
So that's when you know that someone likes the game, I guess.
Oh, and maybe
Um,
another name we have to mention here is Chichoki, of course. It's not only about the young Dutch players, but he's doing quite well in recent tournaments.
well, yeah, sure, and it's nice to see for me as he became Polish champion, I believe, as well. Um, yeah, it's nice to see because he's also of my generation, and generally he's a very nice guy. Um, and also, I think you like this game very much, but I played also
Yeah.
one of the best games of my youth. I played
Which
against him.
isn't in Turbodome base, but it is in Toernooi base. So everyone should check that game, and I like it
Exactly.
a lot also because the Dutch trainer Johan Kruimerink used to talk about this game each time we had a position somewhere looking like surrounding of the center, playing against Blocky of Koki, then he always mentioned your game against
And
Chichoki.
it's funny because indeed in this game he did have the Blokkie van Kokkie, but it also looks quite like his names. So
Yeah.
it's Blokkie van Kokkie and Blokkie van Chichoki. They sound a bit the same. Although I heard that we've been pronouncing it wrong the whole time, his name. So
Oh.
it should be Chichochki.
Ah, yeah,
I
I heard
think
them say this in the
that's
Polish
probably
stream. Yeah, that's
probably the
right. And
whole the,
at first I thought about what guy are
uh,
they talking, and then I
probably
found out.
all of Poland is laughing at me right now for pronouncing it like that. But
Okay, but here
uh,
Johan Kruimerink has to be blamed because he said this name so many times.
he even said Chikoki. I think
Yeah, could be.
it's is even worse.
Yeah, okay, so but we can say that there is a strong young generation in drafts as well. And yeah, we can also maybe add to this discussion that in chess there are much more grandmasters. So then it becomes also a little bit easier maybe to become a grandmaster yourselves because you have to
Yeah,
get
for
some
sure.
results against grandmasters. And if there aren't that many grandmasters, then yeah, it's just not possible to get those results.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I maybe cannot say that the grandmaster title has a higher value in draughts or anything like that, but it's maybe more difficult to get it. I
Yeah,
would say
maybe. Yeah, could be.
could be.
Yeah,
Of
you
course,
just have
don't
to
want to
the
don't want to offend anyone, but
hope to have some extra some new chess watchers now. So
yes,
we should
not to
here.
offend anyone.
No.
No, but I guess you cannot say that like Max told us that the new generation is kind of taking over.
Yeah,
You cannot say that in draughts for
yeah,
sure, because you have all these top players. Um, yeah, for example, Schwartzman, Chichov, Amelayev, Anikeyev, a lot. Um,
yes.
and they're all not the youngest. They're not like not from rules generation, for example, which I consider young. Um, and they're also not from my generation, which I consider even younger.
No.
Um, so you cannot really say that, and there's no clear sign that the youngsters might be taking over anytime soon or anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we can safely say that. Okay, maybe that ends up our discussion, and we can go to the lunch break just before things are getting quite excited again.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, okay, we will go for a short lunch break, and then we will be back here.
Yeah.
everyone, we are back, and we saw quite some moves. So Jan, maybe we should quickly see what we missed here.
Yeah, so I think we went out from this position where we played 29-24.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, of course, yes, it would have been more interesting to see Rule going for some sort of central control. But yes, as I said, yes, it's also quite dangerous for White to do such a thing, and the piece on 36 can really help Black in this strategy. So it's a shame that Black wasn't in time here to play 1924 at some point. So yeah, Rule finally took his chance and played 39-24. Didn't want to allow 1924, and now we saw this this development, and here Schwartzman decided to exchange the piece on 24 before it gets stronger than it already is. So yes, I would assume he didn't want something like this, 40-34, where he cannot really nicely go to 23 because of this exchange, and he can also not really nicely attack here because it really gives away his control over the right wing or the left wing. So yeah, this, if you want to exchange this piece, this would be the right moment, and it's just the best move, I think. And yeah, here we saw just a couple of quick moves by both players. So this 40-34, and now Black exchanged 7-11, and this is so Rule tried to put a little bit of pressure on Black, just because both players have these three central squares, and it's a question of who is going to shoot first, so to say. So, and yes, of course, when the one player decides to put a piece in the center, the other player can react accordingly, because they both have these three pieces. So, for example, what I mean by that is after a move like 32-28, 18-23 will follow. And yes, in this case, it's clearly Black who's on the upper side, because after this 23-29, Black wins piece. So Rule tries to prepare this move by playing 34-29. And now, for example, if Black doesn't pay attention, plays 11-16, now 32-28 will follow. And now, Black is kind of one move too slow in the center. So he wants to, for example, play 4-10 to drive White away from the central squares, but after 4-10, now White has this small combination. And same goes for other logical moves like 16-21. So Black doesn't really have a lot of moves here to drive the White away from these central squares, and it's suddenly much worse. And this is, of course, what Alexander Alexander makes sure this doesn't happen. Doesn't let him driven away so easily. Of course, the same holds for 17-22, after which White plays the same. So he plays this and this, and now after 4-10, he's again prepared a small combination. Black has to do something else here and give away all the control over the center. So of course, all of this Alexander sees within in just a few seconds, and he decides to battle White in the center. So he plays 19-23. Now White should think about 29-24, of course, always. But in this case, it doesn't work because of 14-19. So taking two towards the king. So and after 39-34, for example, Black plays 17-22, and this is this is suddenly, well, maybe not dangerous for White, but it's certainly not better for White at all, because now Black suddenly has the control over 23, more importantly than 22. and can on the next move play 14-20 and lock white in. And yes, black is just a bit better here. And what's important
so
here.
as we see in all the lines you already showed, is that the control of the center is a really important battle in this system, especially with those two pieces. The one who gains the control over the center will have the better position. This is what we see in all your lines actually.
Yeah, because I mean, when there's so little pieces on the board, there's nothing decisive, of course, but it's about, you know, these small details that when white plays this move, you know, you see with black that you can, in this construction, you cannot allow 32-28 because you will not be able to battle the center.
Yeah.
So yeah, so for example, the computer suggests 4-10, which is a clever move because right now you're prepared for 32-28. You don't have to play this afterwards. Now you're already prepared for this, and you can now exchange towards the center yourself. Yeah, this is of course something that these players comes naturally to them. So yeah, Alexander played 1923. So yeah, I was just explaining that if Rule played this one, 1722 would follow, and now a logical move would be 29-24. But yes, as you can see from the white position, cannot be that there's no combination right now. So yes, black will play this. White has to take 2, and now black will take almost all the white pieces. So yeah, so 39-34 is also not what white wants to play. Instead, he just makes a waiting move, and now again introduces the control over the center and asks black some questions, and black just immediately plays 14-19. And yes, this is the position we have right now. To be honest, yeah, I've seen more exciting positions in my life because it's just you know, both players just have yeah, how do I it's not as if anyone is better here, you know, so both players have
like black is a little bit closer to the center, maybe because he has 3 pieces who can go to the center, while this piece is already a bit to the edge. But maybe it's not so easy for him to control 24. Is that the point why it's equal?
Yeah, it's at least a good point. Of course, in everything I've said so far, control of the center is crucial, but there's I think I've said this a couple of times as well. You know, you can have a piece in the center, but without controlling it. So it's all about, you know, feeling when do you have the control over the center, and when is it just a piece in the center, without any backup, so to say. So of course I can show a quick line where for example this black plays 17-22, which is logical, I would say, and now 19-23, and it looks like black has the control over the center, but in reality it's actually white who's much better here, because indeed, as you say, the control over 24 is completely in white's hands, and black has in this case only one piece to play in the center, while white can just you know, has all these moves that come to mind, and yeah, black is sort of stuck in this case. So yeah, it's always you know, you should always try to feel who has the control and where, and in this case it's clearly white who's better, because he sort of controls what's happening here, while black is just sort of stuck and can only play with these 2 pieces. So yeah, so 17-22 would be a bit yeah, I think we will not see that move for sure.
Yeah, also in general, maybe this combination isn't that nice for black?
Yes, yeah, you could say that, and I've heard it a couple of times as well. Myself and people trying to tell me this. But to be fair, I'm actually, well, not in general a big fan, but it can be quite good. So I've played yeah, two of my own games yeah, coming to my head quite right now. So the first one is, of course, against Cordier in the World Cup 2015, where I had firm control over 24 and then took the control over 22 as well, while having a piece on 36, and it just really, you know, it limited his space even more. And the other one is from the last World Championship against Germogenov, where I also sort of consciously exchanged to 22, and then it was also furthermore because he was having he was sort of keeping this formation for when I would go to 23, and then I actually exchanged to 22 instead of 23, and then these pieces were sort of yesterday I heard that I should watch out with my language, but they ja, ze staan een beetje voor lul, ja.
They just look a bit ugly.
They look a bit out of place there against a piece on 22, that's for sure. So yeah, you can actually see that, you know, for example, if white has these 4 pieces against these 2 black pieces, it's black who's almost winning, and not white, who has 2 pieces more.
Yeah, that's a
So
nice example.
um,
But okay, maybe then we can say in this situation, as there are no pieces here.
yeah, here it's fine for white because he has sort of yeah, prepared his position for if black goes towards the center. So yeah, but now it would be better for black to wait a few moves, I would say. Okay, white plays 44-40. I think it doesn't matter too much because black still doesn't want to play this. I think white wants to sort of introduce 40-35 as a positional threat.
To go to
Of course,
24.
yeah, so if black doesn't pay attention, white will play 40-35. Yeah, and just something like this, and yeah, here it's already quite good for white, or maybe this. Okay, but here it's already quite good for white because he has at any point the chance to attack in the center. And yeah, so maybe black actually has to be a bit careful in his approach here.
Yeah, and this is why it's always interesting when you have those 2 pieces. It still remains
Yeah,
interesting.
Exactly.
Maybe because of course we are looking now to a game with the 2 super grandmasters, so they can play very careful and they just know very well where the dangers are in this position and the chances for both colors. But I think when you would see this position, for example, when you had one of the 2 colors, maybe it doesn't even matter which color. And you would play it against just not a very strong grandmaster, but just a normal player. You could still get some chances here, right?
Yes, definitely, and of course, if it with the piece on 36, it's always yeah, it's always tricky, and you really have to watch out. It's like maybe a good comparison is like if we are talking about comparisons with chess, maybe a good comparison is that white has a knight in this endgame, and black has a bishop.
Yes. Wow. You
So
know also some technical ideas in chess.
They always say that knights are tricky in chess.
Yeah.
Especially in endgames, and the same goes for this piece on 36. It always gives some extra ideas to white. or to the player who doesn't have this. While yeah, for black it's always something to look out for, and especially in time pressure. You know, in blitz games they say it's always preferable to have the knight in an end game, because you're the one you're the one with the tricks, so to say.
Wow, I didn't know that one actually. But it does make sense also because, okay, maybe we should not talk too much about chess, but I think a bishop is only you can only use it for one color.
Yes, exactly. And especially on the time pressure, you know, all these knight jumps and forks, they're quite difficult to or they're not difficult to spot, but they're easy to miss in time pressure.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, I would much rather have white here, because yeah, you're the one with the tricks. On the other hand, black is in no danger, because he just played the move 9-14, and now actually I think, or yeah, I'm not sure. Because now the point is that black is essentially in time on 24 or on 20. So for example, if white plays 40-35, now actually indicating or following the engine, it's suddenly very bad for white. But that has to do with the fact that now, yeah, black wants to go to 24, and if white prepares for that by playing a move like this, then you will be driven away from the center very quickly. And now it's black who has a very strong attack through the center, while he still has his own defender on square 4. So yeah, this is very bad for white, because he can just not stop black from marching towards a king, and it's just completely winning for black. So I think that's a problem here for white. So he cannot play 40-35. Another variant, or another important line is maybe 33-29. Now 19-23 will follow, and now you see that even if white plays this, white is closer to a king, but black's piece on 34 keeps 2 pieces busy, so to say. So now, yes, again, something like this comes to mind. Now 11-16, and yeah, it's absolutely unclear to see how white's going to survive this, because if he exchanges this piece and now thinks, okay, I'm in time to make a king, he's probably 4 moves too late. Oh, just 1 actually. And this is yeah. Well, I can't count, but I can see that it felt like he was too late, but it's only a bit too late.
Not
But
that
yeah,
one.
and now if white sacrifices this piece, there's a standard idea. Bring your king to 14, pulling this white piece back, and then wins the game. So yeah, there are certainly, after 9-14, black is just looking to manifest himself on 24. And it's white who has to do something about this, and Rule immediately does this by playing 33-29.
And here
So
you
the
see
point is,
how well they understand these kind of positions, because they
for sure,
the right moves here so quickly. While to me it's not that clear that these are exactly the right moves. So yeah, it's very good to see here that their understanding of these kind of positions.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so now the difference, if in 14-20, of course, white doesn't play a 40-35 now because of 19-23, as we mentioned, but white now plays the more accurate move 32-28. And yeah, black cannot attack, and so now the positional threat, I would say, is 40-35 anyways, because now black cannot attack. And after this, if black attacks this way, then white will win the game by 29-23. And yeah, this is just winning easily. white wins a piece and runs towards a king. So black has to play, well, because of this positional threat, black has to play 2025. Now after this, he has 1822. So the difference is that white cannot take 2 now. White has to play 29-24 and go towards a king, but black, yeah, slides towards a king as well. It will just be equal in the end. So yeah, so that is why white does best to play 30-24 here, I think, yeah, now black has to be a bit careful still, because
Yeah, of course
well,
you cannot win pieces here because the piece on 35 will end up on 24.
yes, exactly. And if you, for example, play 11-16, then now white is suddenly in a very strong attack. Yeah, it's just absolutely not clear how black is going to make a draw here. White can even wait a couple of moves before playing this, but maybe this now is already very strong. Because after this, if black walks away, then white is just going to march towards a king easily. And if black changes 4-9, now 29-23, and this looks just like the perfect attack, so to say.
Yes, now black lost his nice defender, and yeah, this is what you want, the control over the center, and it's clearly to white here. And
yeah,
just...
and for example, if we just play, for example, 8-12, 42-37 is always a nice move. Well, in general, if it's a nice move because, for example, here you want to attack this piece, and just march the king. But now black has this. Maybe he survives this, because he has this path to king because of the majority rule. But if you play 42-37, this is of course not possible, because then black has to take, and doesn't reach the king. So yeah, 42-37 is in general a very useful move here. And now after this, for example, we could get something like this: 9-13, 38-33. Yeah, I mean, and then the next move, white just yeah, crashes black in the center. So this is something that black doesn't want to allow. So you should play either 18-22 or 30-34 here. But yeah, I would say 18-22 is 30-34 is the most logical one of the two. But even then, white just has a clear path to 24. And yeah, black should try to stop it maybe by bringing the piece on 4 to 20, for example. So maybe 4-9, 40-34, 9-14. Now after this, 40-19, black is in time and suddenly is a lot better. But after 34-29, it's again clear that white is going through the center, while yeah, black sort of has to exchange the pieces to make a draw, which he will probably manage in the end after something like this: 39, 14-19, 34-29, 18-22. This looks like black has survived. So this was possible as well, but yeah, Schwartzman decides to play 17-22, which is also very logical. He's playing for a small trick after this, 19-23. Oh, you can see that, yeah, white can still save this by playing 32-28, but the trick was this.
Move, but...
Oh, it's even not there.
Oh.
Okay, so it's been a long day. No, I was thinking about this, but now, yeah, because the piece on 11 is hanging.
Yeah.
White takes towards 6, of course, and wins. So yeah, that is not what Schwartzman is playing for, but of course, a line like this, 19-23, or yeah, 19-23 is already a lot different than the line we just showed, because there's an extra piece here, and black can use this to, well, to do some things here. Not really sure what exactly, but there's a big difference between this and the line we just showed, where white exchanged the 29.
Yeah.
Because now black is not stuck on this side of the board. He can still make moves and so exchange some things. And it's a lot more. Has a lot more possibilities.
Yeah.
So I actually expect a line like this to happen. Well, maybe after this, 11-16 is actually quite a good move, or not?
So then you can play for the trick.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
it's-
after this, oh, it's not winning. No, it's not winning. Well, this is the trick that I was hoping for. Takes, and I'll take 3. But white immediately goes 29-23, and yeah, just for example, this, if black stops this piece, then we'll play 38, and after this, you will just catch the king and make a draw. So yeah, even this is not winning, but just to show what black might be hoping for example, after 43, 39, 1923, suddenly it's black who's attacking and not white. So for example, 39, 34, 22, 27. Yeah, now it's clear that these pieces all come very quickly, while the black defense is more or less perfect. So yeah, there are chances for both sides here, I would say, but I expect no major mistakes to happen anymore.
No, these are very instructive lines. Just to show that there are chances for both still. But yeah, as you also said, these are top grandmasters, so that they will see this all these lines very quickly and see all the dangers very quickly.
Yeah, definitely.
I think you're right that we
And
want
there are
to-
also, yeah, there are also, for example, if white plays the very silly move 43-38, yeah, this is also quite bad because now black also plays 1923, and now white maybe does want to play this sometime, but then 22-28 wins the game immediately because of this 1-for-2. So this is a very known pattern where you attack 2 pieces and whatever white does, you place it 1 square further and then take these 2. You also see this sometimes with sacrifices, for example.
Yeah.
It's very worth to sacrifice a piece than to attack 2 and always have this this combination.
Yes.
So yeah, this would be a bit of a silly move because of 1923 and 22-28. Even after this 22-28. And yeah, maybe white survives this after 32-27, but I mean, for example, this 33-38, and then 38-33, and then 30-24, and maybe white survives this, but it's not something that you will play for sure.
No, this is not the way to make a draw here.
So yeah, I expect maybe 42-37, or maybe then 14-20. Is black threatening 14-20 actually?
Let's check it. So if you play this move,
Maybe.
14-20.
Yeah, this is bad. Or at least it's not good. So yeah, so the
still
line,
have-
for example, this 20-25, 38-33, 11-17, 17-21. Yeah, so these are lines where it's clear that even though white has an attack that is pretty clean and has a nice central position, that black controls the center, and there's not much white can do actually, because he's sort of stuck everywhere. So the only thing white can do is this, but now 18-22, yeah, it just gives some very nice endgames for black.
Yeah, because all the white pieces are in the center, while the black pieces are safely on the edge.
Yes, exactly. So both sides go to king, but yes, it's clearly black who's going to be better here because he wins a piece. Because white cannot immediately go to king. Yeah, so white has to defend at least these 2 pieces by playing this, then black takes the other way. Yes, and wins even another piece. And then after 8-3, white wins a piece back, and black wins another piece, and then it's should be a winning endgame. So yeah, so here it's clear that 1420 certainly gives the best chances to black. And we see actually 4035 has been played.
Hmm?
This one. Yeah, so yeah, Roel wants to play this, I think. Or I would think so. I don't think this is his plan, to be honest.
No.
Well, just because it kind of, that can also play other things. For example, this, and then 11-17, this comes to mind. And yeah, now it's clearly white that has to defend, because black has this huge threat of 17-22.
Yes.
And
And then you
yeah,
can
for example, it's nice to show maybe that you can repair this threat by playing 42-37, but then it goes the other way by 23-29, and you can repair the other side by 43-39, and then it goes the other way. So yeah, so white would have to defend himself, by trying to go to king here. But yeah, it looks horrible. Looks like a horrible endgame.
Yeah, black is just very quickly to king, and he has already another piece there.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess 40-35. Yeah, after this, white should actually play this.
So does
Yeah,
this
it's
indicate that Roel just thinks there are no chances more for a win here anymore for a win here, and he just yeah,
I guess so. I guess so.
there's a kind of a draw offer here.
Yeah, and of course, this Schwarzman wants to play a few moves. He can try 11-16. But I think Roel calculated that this should be an easy draw.
Yeah. So then you have the line with the combination, but
Yeah, exactly. So 11-16, 30-24, 14-20 with the combination. But if black doesn't take this combination, he is a bit worse, I would say. But yeah, you should take this, and then yeah, it turns out to be an easy draw.
yeah, maybe that line was nice to show the line with the combination. It ended with the rule of the fourth row, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe we can show that as
Well, of course, white can do other things to make a draw here. So that's the.
Okay,
So 1923 is played.
Okay, yeah.
And I think we will see. We'll go for 32-28. I hope we will see Roel go for 32-28. I should say.
He will play it quite quickly. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he did it. Well, yeah, so this is just an easy, well, for example, this is also an easy draw, I would say. So 16-21, now you sacrifice this piece. Maybe even this one. And then make a draw this way. Can maybe even go here. Because the opposition is in your favor, so. Well, just a draw. Just a draw in any case. And here, yeah, 32-28. So yeah, you cannot take this way. So you must take this way. Take two, and now yeah, black can play a few moves to surround the white center, so to say, but yeah, it looks like
They're
looks
actually
like
on move 41 here, so they can agree to a draw. Probably it doesn't matter in this match, because the rule is here that in drafts, if you agree to a draw before move 40, the result will be 0-0. But yeah, maybe in this match situation, it doesn't matter if you have 0-0 or 1-1. It's the same, because we are actually only counting wins. But yeah, that would be a bit strange. So I think they will always wait until after the 40th move to agree to a draw. But so from now on, they can, without the punishment of a 0.
Yes, and I guess Schwartzman will just play a few moves. 49. Oh no, he doesn't.
Good guess. Okay, well, we saw so
Well,
we saw quite a quick draw here, but not as quick as we expected. I think.
no, we played for only 3 hours.
Yeah.
Yes, and it wasn't really a rest day. I would say.
No, at least not for
And
us.
there was still some tension. Yeah, somewhere around the middle game, but it hasn't been really exciting at any point.
No.
And yeah, it could have been exciting, had Rule or maybe decided to go for something a bit more ambitious than 34-29. So I guess somewhere around here. Yeah, so yeah, maybe here, I mean 31-26. Maybe the 3x3 exchange could have gotten some, or yeah, could have brought some interesting possibilities for both sides. Also, just playing this on, for example, 47-8 and 32-28, as we saw, could have been interesting. 37-31. Also, this could have certainly become an interesting classical position for White as well. So yeah, there were other possibilities than 34-29 here, but I guess Rule just wanted to invite Schwartzman to play this, and then he thought, okay, I have a slightly easier position, and no danger at all. So that's what happened. 21-27 times 36. Yeah, I think Rule just calculated that he's always in time for this plan, so he doesn't have to be worried about anything. Yeah, which is what happened. So we saw this 38, 5-10, 42, and now, yeah, preparing 1924.
Must do 2 days, Longster, because he
Is
was
a-
white. He was white yesterday
Yeah.
and today.
So he should do the interview, or you want to?
I can,
Oh, okay.
no problem. Just 100 euro. It's not
Oh, that's a problem, I think.
much. Okay, 200 then.
Okay, maybe we should ask our viewers if they want to pay for you.
No, I can, yes, you can ask. Everybody on platform.
Yeah, I think the
no
agreement
problem.
is White should do the interview, but if you want to, then of course we want to talk with you.
It's
We
okay.
always want to talk
but,
with
but
you.
white, but it was strange because yesterday he also played white.
Yeah, but you also played White yesterday.
But yesterday he gave interview. I mean.
Oh yeah, because he won. The agreement is the White player
no
or
problem.
the
You
winner.
won today,
Yes.
I will win tomorrow. What's the
Yeah,
problem?
then we talk with you. But
Yeah.
if you want to, then of course we
No,
would
but
like to
maybe-
talk with
maybe
you.
Rule want to also.
Okay, but then both of you can come here after each other.
Okay.
Maybe
I
at the same time.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
First collect money, of course.
Okay, I will, and then then we will come.
Yeah, so people in the chat, we have to pay apparently for Schwartzman to
Yes.
come to the interview.
Yeah, we need
So-
100 euros, and actually because I was talking so long, it became even 200 euros. So yeah, we should see that. But for sure, next up will be an interview. The only question is maybe with who. But for sure, we will have one of the two players.
Yeah.
Jan,
Yeah.
you were talking about the the position.
Yeah, I don't know. Something came up. I can't really- But yeah, here we saw is a sort of the critical moment where Black prepared 3-8, and White, White decided to not get into too much danger here. It's of course seeing Rules match strategy maybe. It's just more sensible to play 29-24 here and not go for any sort of winning type of central control, which could be very dangerous as well. So, yeah, I think it's very sensible for Rule to play 29-24 here. And yes, after which both players don't really have weaknesses. And yeah, only black has this piece on 16, or black has this piece on 36, white has this piece on 16, that they have to deal with. But I mean, as the game progressed, it became clear that none of the players was really going to to push for the win here or anything. It's just an equal position, slightly more chances for white maybe or slightly more chances for black to do it wrong. But yeah, as the game went, it was just equal.
Or maybe Jan give it to me.
Okay.
Not equal, I say better.
Okay, Jan, I think we should go to a break and
Yeah, you can figure something
Gus
No
out.
equal,
will
no
join
equal,
us.
yeah. You must try to understand position better.
Okay, we will be back very soon here. So we are here, and as agreed, we are here together with Roel. Roel, yeah, actually, to be honest, we thought today would be an easy day for us as commentators. We actually expected quite a quick draw, but it didn't went like that.
No, I think he came out fighting. All credit to him for that. I wasn't sure what to do after the opening. There were some interesting ideas, of course. I did not see what to do exactly, so I just kept control. And I think the game was more or less equal.
Can you show the moment you mean?
In this position, he started an aggressive plan. And yeah, there are many ways for me to try to play against these two pieces in the center. Obviously, when he gets control of 23, it's a good position. But yeah, there must be some plans. For instance, I thought about this move, which can lead to very short games. But yeah, it's in such a position. It doesn't work to play this move. He plays some 12 and 2-7. There were some things I did not really like that much. These variations.
And then the problem is these kind of combinations, or?
Yeah, so if I play this, which looks not logical, it's one piece.
Taking two pieces is always the problem here. Oh, not always.
And I have to be faster than you, that's
Yeah.
always also difficult. So black has 1 piece more here. Yeah, I can also play this move first. Try to think of something here. Yeah, in the end,
What did you think about this position? Do you think it?
At first I liked it for white, but after a while I thought black is perfectly fine. Maybe, yeah, maybe even easier to play with black. But maybe there's a good plan.
I don't know.
This looks logical. Yeah, I don't have to play 30-25. Such a position. But if I don't come up with a nice plan, then he simply has something. But on the other hand, if I can make plan 6, for instance, I might be better. But I did not see how to get into plan 6 here, or to put pressure on 24.
Mm. Yeah, this might be just easier for black. Yeah.
So yeah, in the end, I decided to settle a simple move. But still, yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I think we both played it more or less correct.
Yeah, that's actually exactly what we said as well. Maybe when in a game between less strong players, this could still be very interesting, and one of the players can easily win here. But yeah, in the game between such strong players,
Yeah, it was also because I preferred play it controlled. I mean, this is the most easy move for white. I can try this as well. This is a bit like the game, but then with a little bit more pieces on the board. But yeah, I was just tired from yesterday. I decided to play a little bit easy today.
yeah, that's also a question we actually discussed. Who of the two is the most tired, and for who is it better to play for a win today?
Yeah, I was, yeah, I don't know. I wanted to play a bit more easy today. There's still so long to go. I mean, obviously, yesterday was a good day for me, so no need to risk it today. But of course, tomorrow, the days after that, I'm ready to fight.
Okay, yeah, because I think it was a question I asked you just after your victory yesterday, which was a bit quick maybe. If you would change your strategy, now you're leading, and you said you just had to discuss it with your team. So what will be the answer today?
Well, I still have to discuss it basically. I think today he came out really aggressively, which is a nice change. I'm not sure if it's planned for the rest of the match. I would welcome it, of course. But yeah, I just have to see tomorrow. Think of a good plan there and get some rest today.
Okay, well that's good news for us as viewers. Thanks a lot for joining us again, and have some rest for tomorrow. And to our viewers, I can say that tomorrow actually we have a new commentator here. The youth world champion Michiel Wijstra will join us tomorrow. So yeah, keep on watching us. And Jan, goodbye. Will we see you back here?
Not goodbye. I might be here for the tiebreak for the last tiebreak day.
That's nice.
For sure, Martijn will be there, but then maybe I will join as well.
Okay.
And If not, goodbye. And if I will join until
Oh,
next
then,
time.
then you will join us. You will join us.
Yeah, I probably will.
Ah, oh, you mean, yeah, it's not sure, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is something we should keep in mind. Yeah, that's right. Okay, but we will see you somewhere.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, bye everyone.
Bye.